Hey, hey, how's it going? We're a tad late, because I slept in and then still had to go up and deliver some stuff to my new workplace. And then still had my usual stuff that I do as soon as I log in that I had to do. So, yeah, bit of a late start. Also, there's, like, dungeon quests here that opened up in Heavensward that I never grabbed because I never come to this damn town. So I have to get those real quick. Where the frick is this one? Like I turned it to another guy, did you see that? Before we talk to them... real quick, let me just... Big gulp. Oh boy, more quests. Is there anything else on this floor? Doesn't look like it. Alright. I haven't done a single job for the post Moogle. I spent my whole evening last night doing the unlock for the Moogle tribal quests, which, god, why is that quest line so involved? It's so long. Add this to my ever-growing list of fucking dungeon quests. That I'll get to one day. Tataru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merlid lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right, in as much as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But then it is equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Ah, speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms. It's a hell of an axe. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, Scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement. Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. Ah, but where was I? Oh yes, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from gods-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's arms may or may not engage on is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. Well, I, for one, think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor unfortunate soul has to come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragical tale of how the heir to House Durandar vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor Count remains convinced that his son still lives and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Grin. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration, but so long as you are prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I could take you only as far as Kugane and Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Tadaru to the rescue, as always. What else is new? Suddenly, all those hours Tadaru passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tadaru took in making Captain Carvalane squirm. Blackmail, is it? This is a dangerous game the two of them are playing. What guarantee do we have that Carvalane won't just throw us overboard? Not sure what just happened. I could have sworn he was about to turn us away, but then he changed his mind? Poor little boy had only seen 14 summers when he left Ishgard. Can you imagine what it must have felt like to finally be free to explore the world, unbeholden to all the stuffy traditions of the Holy See? Such a shame that he never returned home. Without him, the Count de Durandar must look elsewhere for a successor, and the good Lord Jadakanard is one step closer to being the next in line. I was wondering where the next pieces of this set were. I thought I missed them. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tadaru and I will procure the necessary supplies. Alice, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Urianger on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I should go and speak with him. What of Danica and Lise? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Danica. Oh god, what was the... Was it Altar? Nope. Well, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? You're truly planning to travel to Doma? I do not know what to say. Forgive me, I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land nestled on the eastern coast of Authard. Along the banks of the One River, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Garleans came, until the Fire Nation attacked. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. Higiri! Where's Catmilf? Haven't seen her in a while. Greetings, Daniko. What brings you to the toll this eve? What? You are for Doma? Heavens, you scions have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor dead, Garmold in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation, but when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. That you go to join Yugiri and Gozetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Ah, forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nagai clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle, even. Now it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch and her host of men in Magitek. To think that was once the shining symbol of our heritage and the seat of dear Lord Kyan, who has become a den for Garlean dogs. Kyan? Like FF6 Cayenne? Not spelled the same, but... Actually, that might be like the correct way of spelling it. Because they spelled it like KN, like cayenne peppers. And then, because there weren't enough spaces for that in English, they localized it down to cyan, which was always funny to me. There you are. Learn anything interesting? The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans could be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially Ishgardians. But anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually, or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was a load of stupid old... Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do. Oh, Lise. Right, no point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa Laminza. Alphino said to meet at the ferry docks, I think? You obtained 1,000 gil. Half of that is being spent teleporting. Oh, I wish quests gave more money. Perp Zizerp, that's a hell of a name. You are returned, Danica. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Toll. I am eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We will have time enough to talk on our journey to Kugane. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you have completed yours, you may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart. All set, lass. I'll see you to the ship if so. Board the misery. Oh.
12 be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late.
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
Oh, a parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
Cool.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others. And take care.
She has a new, very shiny, very glowy weapon. Totally won't stand out.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and flowing seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Damn, they got a nice ship. Are these our quarters? These couches?
Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
I love his pink hair. I just realized.
Captain! You needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
So, fun fact, this is like where Danica is at her weakest. She is not a seafaring girl. In the sky or on land, she's perfectly comfortable. At sea, she is totally out of her element. Odd. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No, as the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the misery is somehow being pulled off course. Why not fire up the cerulean engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. I'm telling you, Captain, it's them things the lad saw. Things? I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive. An adjective, for example. Seawolf superstitions and fairy tales, not more, but if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous. Yes, indeed, it is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible. Then it is probably a predatory entity of some sort, perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we will have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will and deal with whatever we find there. His reluctant nod. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I'm beginning to like you, girl. Once we arrive at our destination, my crew shall remain with the ship to defend it while we venture forth to deal with the cause of our troubles. Then it is settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. Oh. We're starting with the dungeon. Alright. Alphina was terrified of ghost stories as a child. Why are you looking at me like that? She would make an excellent pirate. Damn, that's the first time in a while where it hasn't just instantly gone through. But then I guess I usually have tongs here as tank. There's no music here either. There we go. The teeth. Is that the first boss from FF6? Or is it just a big snail? These monsters do a lot of damage. Whoa. Oh, new boss music. Wait. Oh yeah, what does this do again? Next action without MP cost. Okay. I'm not sure I like this new boss music. Leggings offending, ring offending. Well, that doesn't do a whole lot for me. Whee. Holy shit. This is a cool dungeon, though. Ah? Is everything exploding? Oh, she's got that. Arm guards are healing. Mine. Every dungeon past ARR, and even some of like the endgame ARR ones, have all been just fantastic. That's a lot of enemies. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oh, what are these crazy things? That's stock dog noise. Damn, this thing is really buff for a regular enemy. Icky. It's a black mage. Oh dear. Love this song. Oh, I keep getting all the the items. I'm the only one that got hit. Yep. They could never accommodate anyone because they leave so quick. I got a lot of stuff. Do they got anything else for healer? I do. Cool. Oh yeah, what does my mask look like? I hate it.
That appears to be the last of them.
Oh, I like this creepy necklace.
Word from the Misery. Repairs are complete, and we may resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
This outfit reminds me of like a Dark Souls dress, just like the tattered bit at the bottom.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugana. The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Legally distinct feudal era Japan has been acquired. Thanks again for saving us from certain death at the hands of Lorelei and whatnot. We'll not soon forget it. Strange, is it just me or is the ground swaying? At the 12, I've never been happier to be back on terra firma. Our voyage has instilled in me a new appreciation for surfaces which do not move of their own accord. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. It's very colorful. Now stand in Kugane, the western port of Hingashi, regrettably the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them is much appreciated. Incidentally speaking. Alright, so now what I want to do... Oh. Have a better ring. Now what I want to do is, throw that on. And that only applies to... Oh no, this doesn't stay purple? Ah, because of the glamour. That's unfortunate. I'm done playing monk for a while anyway. It's samurai time. The man from Old Isle. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carveline, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Authord were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there is a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price. You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. 'Tis like that Yugiri and Kosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Authord, assuming they are not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carveline, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. It's the 109 building. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze Holstery is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect, or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was never a fast-moving business. Ever a fast-moving. The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you do not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. Right then, to the holstery. After you. Bell.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are...
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Glaceon Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
I don't trust him one bit, neither should you. You must be Danica Bush, slayer of gods, rider of dragons, savior of Ishgard, stealer of pants, if some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. I knew it, may I say, what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, my lady. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you would be so good as to follow me. Oh, that's cute. Their shards are stylized. Specifically have to get on top of that. Not quite sure how. Kugane leaves. Cool. Oop. Da na 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 na. Da na na. Da na na. Da na 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 na. This is definitely going to be a home point. Out of curiosity, how much is it to get from here to Lenosha? It's like the furthest. Yeah! I'm glad I've started grinding Aetheryte tickets, because holy shit. I think it would actually be more beneficial to just, like, if I want to get back to Eorzea, use one of these Vesper Bay tickets, and then warp somewhere. Because, man, that is... Standing in Tenkanto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetheryte which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those of Sharlayan, yet I trust its function is identical. A diplomat and a scholar, well, wonders never cease. Far Eastern Aetheroid technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Oni Shishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. Attune if you like. Oh hey, a new move. Does Kanki Mastery do? Just builds the gauge faster, I guess? Ooh. All my moves get stronger. Or my main moves. My finishers, rather, get stronger. Oh, I love that! That's awesome. All of the second moves get stronger, that's cool. Upgrades Fuga to Fuko. Ooh, I like that. New move. Hits everything. I guess I'll worry about all that later. Samurai has too many moves. I'm gonna have to make some concessions here. I never ever use True North. I could probably get rid of that. The Mega Potion I don't need. I understand the utility of leg sweep, but it's another thing that I just never ever use. I tend to forget that I even have it. So I'll probably get rid of that as well. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the aetheryte. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. This is reminding me of, like, getting to Leeway for the first time in Genshin, although that was fantasy Japan, China, not Japan, but still, similar feel. Butterfly effect, it's just some butterflies. We've arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane, Kogane Dori. That window up top looks like a face. And he's like very angry. Kugane, as you are doubtless aware, is an ancient Hidgan word for gold. So in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Now you're beginning to speak my language. Aho, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Hancock of the East Aldernod Trading Company, you are with clients today? Why, if it isn't Master Kyton, pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests, but recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Another mountain of a man. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Kyton of the Hakuchi clan. It is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Arms, armor, foodstuff, portables. Here you will find all of them and more. It's only barely better. You're better off just grinding out the tombstone gear. It's cool they give you the option, though. But yeah, I don't like buying stuff for battle classes. You get all that from dungeons. And then, you know, eventually the tombstone gear. I only really like spending money on, this stuff. Tradecraft gear. Heck. Which I'll probably have to stop doing because it's getting so expensive that if I buy the first stuff that's available, it just breaks me. And then when I get access to the better stuff, I can't afford it. Ooh, we got level 70 accessories. Oh, that is a big CP, but yeah, I'm just gonna wait for that. That is such... Yeah, I'm gonna wait for these. And just get the 70 ones. It's always nighttime when I get to a new area. Fancy. Wow, that's expensive. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Ijin Gai, the district in which Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely, so you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations, after all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Sekisei-gumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation. Though, to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What, cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurai are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of a Sekisei-gumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. Oh, I don't even want to think about that. So you see, it would behoove you... What was the name of the group, the real-life group that was represented in, Ishin? Was it Shinsengumi? Or Shinsen something? That's what that reminds me of. It behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves, in the manner of the late Teleji Adeleji. Oh, I slay me. Oh, how I amuse myself, but we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Garlean consulate. Moon. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs, all of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. Oh yeah. These kind of look like FF12 armors. A little bit. There is oh so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district, but you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. Actually, how am I doing on Great Purple Dye? I'll eat some more soon. Did I attune this? I did. Ah, there's only the one screen here, no other floors. Alright. At long last, we arrive at our destination. In sync bow. May I present to you our humble offices? We have much to discuss. Oh hey, there's our old symbol. So I'll refrain from further prattle. Come, come, right this way. Ooh, I'll take that purple room.
Our thaumaturges took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed. Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Aori Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map.
Is there an Emerald Sea as well?
We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
And then he grins like that. Yep, totally trust you, man. Frickin' swordfish on the wall. Who's this? Oh, is that the same statue that's in Vesper Bay? Except small and gold. I dig the purple walls. And that. Can I have that? Gun. I'm reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lorito's debt. We must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. A present? A good samurai is hard to find. You're looking at one. I'm right here. It would seem inefficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. This is our new Waking Sands. Indeed, Tataru would seem best suited to that task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alice and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. Wow, you still warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. He's got his artist signature down in the corner. He does it all from memory, too, like, goddamn. Looks like it's you and me, Danica. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. Oh. Hello. Bunny. Chocolate bunny. Wow, Alpha Node sketches are so... I don't know how to put it, but they're very... Well, see for yourself. Oh, I actually do have to view it. We've already seen this, Lise. Looks more like them than they do. Honestly, you can make a living doing this. Ah, sorry, no time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karaku at the on-something? On-sun? On-san? On-sen, that was it. Modest maiden. She's an aura. I'll show you angry. I haven't been doing any of the side quests, both because it's just too time consuming and also I'm saving them for like leveling another class. Because the MSQ XP is perfectly fine for leveling my 3 main classes. But if I ever bring another job to this point, like say Summoner, which I'm leveling, are these physical? Oh, they are. Then I would like to make use of this XP to get that. I keep hitting the board. It kills all my momentum. Blue quests. Fabulously foxed fellow. What? Oh, he's drunk. More hunts. Here's the board. The weird eyeball things. The fucking bears. The butterflies. Oh, these are all back in Girabanya. Sea serpent. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, I could take the next level too. Hooah. What do we got here? Areas I don't have yet. Oh my god, it's the little fucking fish dudes. Cool, cool. That's it. Hey, Tongs. I'm dying. Oh, do you know how to get that? How the hell do you reach that? Do I have to like jump down from up there? You have to climb all the way to the Kugane Tower jump puzzle. Ah, this is where Dane lives, and probably where I'll end up living too, because I'm a fucking weeb. And as much as I like old Da, I don't think I want to live there. Old Da is the worst housing district. I like the one in Gridania quite a bit. It's pretty. It took some digging, but I managed to find my screenshots of my finished house in a PSO2. I posted those in the main chat the other night. My mishmash house, where one part of it is like a gothic dungeon, one part is a ye old castle, one part's a fucking futuristic nightclub. Because I had all these themes to work with, and you have 3 different sections of your house that you can apply the themes to separately, so I was like, let me just make use of all these. The nightclub portion was like storage for just extra furniture that I had and didn't really have like a theme or place for in the rest of the house, so I just threw it all in that corner. Like, Eris actually had a good theming going on in her houses. And she like decorated them properly and everything. Mine, I just kind of, whatever furniture I managed to find, I would just toss in, like, alright, let's see if I can make this work. Because houses in PSO2, how they work, there's no like housing district like in this game. It's as long as you have your premium, which is that game's version of a subscription, you have access to your house. But the only way other people can get there is if you invite them in. They can go there even if you're not there, but they have to be invited first. And if you don't have premium, then you just have like a little tiny apartment room that only has room for, I think, 4 pieces of furniture. 2 of which are going to be your crafting quest board and your partner stand, like that game's version of a retainer. Except that game's version of a retainer, you can actually, like, bring along on quests and fight alongside them. And I put a lot of effort into maxing them out. And it was funny, too, because that game's version of Fates, emergency codes, sometimes you could be running around in an instance, and one of your partners will show up as part of a E-code, and it's just like, oh hey, how you doing? And it's usually just them, like, needing your help fighting off a group of monsters. But when are we gonna get housing on the moon? Oh, this is pretty. I like how it's right on the water. No! This fucking event. I don't want to hear the gold saucer unless I'm at the gold saucer. It doesn't stop. Oh my god. Oh, this place is pretty as fuck. Yeah, if I ever do take the plunge to get an apartment, it'll probably be here. I like this place. And also this is where Dane lives, so... Now I have to convince him to play Sarah again so we can... Oh, someone made it up there. So we can have Danica and Sarah officially get married. Alright, Gold Saucer train me for this. Fuck! We should try to get our whole crew together and have a gold saucer night for like an hour or so. This is a fake starting point. Oh, there's an invisible wall there anyway. Fuck. Why is jumping in this game so hard? I'm not relearning PC controls for this. Camera, please. Fuck. What if the patrons are like, what is this foreigner doing? Alright, I've already lost interest. Super long and has some hard jumps on the way up. Yeah, this is just the Shinzengumi, isn't it? I will be right back. And I'm back. I can tell a break has taken a hot minute when my status has changed to AFK. Sorry about that. Needed to snack. Oh. What's going on over here? We got some hot springs. Come on, come all, burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there is naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisin hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? Nothing, apparently. You seek this aura and this Roganin, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. We have our reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisei Gumi may demand otherwise. I am sorry, but there is naught I can do. I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the holstery? Kodakaze, was it? I like how you can just do this. Nanamo! Why are you sweeping in the rain? Gotta spread the mud around. Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality, delivered but the other day. An Ari shinobi and a Rogadan samurai. Oh, he is a Rogadan. If I may, I would answer your question with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea, the doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet. I see, and you are familiar with the ways of Hingashi, how we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own. Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugane is open to Ijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The 2 individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I will provide you with the names of the captains if you like. She just had that list on her. You've been a great help, Mistress Kodakaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we've finished, alright? Good luck. She has an eye patch, just like Siffrin. Different eye, though. Siffrin's was his left eye. He asked me if I have seen this Ari woman and this Rogadin samurai. The woman is unknown to me, but the man is not. He was for Dilma, but I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Radzatan. It would be an unreasonable detour. Yes, a Rogadin gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. I sent him away like all the others before him. The woman? Nay, I know her not. Did they get separated again? Where's this third person? Can I get up there? There you are. Passengers? No, we no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. The woman? Ha, if it is women you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. Oh, trust me, Danny has no problem getting ladies. How did it... Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. Ah. We can keep the sketch. It's probably a trap. And that's a fish. I suppose I might as well head back to... Wait, I just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit. Gyodo. He's a Namazu fisherman, whatever that means. A regular here. Maybe we'll find him if we look around. She said it was Hingon for catfish, and there I was thinking she said fisherman. What? Why do you stare? You have business with me? By the 12, a talking fish! Yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Regin. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once, but only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never met a... Let's start again. You're Gyodo, right? My name is Lise, and this is Danica. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? Is he rhyming? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset at the Tasagari Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring many gil, yes? It's about time our luck changed. Alphino and the others will be thrilled. I actually kind of... I don't have that many of these left. spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Gozetsu and confirmed that he'd been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Authard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yugiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. So this Kyoto claims to have aided both Gozetsu and Yugiri. How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alphino. Stupid's what I call it. How can you even agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but it is not what troubles me most. Kyoto and his brethren are not renowned for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Gozetsu was alone. Only Kyoto claims to have met both him and Yugiri. I suppose it's just possible that Gozetsu made inquiries by himself and only called upon Yugiri once he had found a willing captain. But it is equally possible, if not more likely, that you are being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master. And what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine, you may be right about him, but if Kyoto's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yugiri and Kosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. So if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences. I like the way you think. Very well, we should prepare for the worst. Tadaru will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs, even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you. The Seki Segumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once, is that clear? I'd like to see them frickin' try. At least Danica and I will meet with Kyoto as planned. Alphino will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Kyoto attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that happen, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Sekisegume, we will evade them with Alphino's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet with everyone's approval? Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Kyoto does not play us for fools, but we shall see. To the bridge. He's a fish, Napon. Wait. It's a trap, isn't it? We may as well stop kidding ourselves. Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Danica. Something smells fishy.
He's late.
countless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I need to know. He even sounds like a Nopon. He sounds like, what was his name? Like Momodi or whatever from Xenoblade? Oh. Was he not credited? No matches. Huh. Kyoto's VA is just not credited, apparently. But he sounds like someone from Xenoblade 2. One of the Nopon. He sounds like one of the, like, shady scientist Nopon that was working for Bana.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me. These ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, yes. Just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
Time to immediately ignore our orders and start cutting some dudes up. Holy shit! My blood gauge is rising considerably faster now. As expected, the Sakisegumi have caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way back to the Ruby Bazaar, evading their patrols as we go. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. Will result in failure, alright. Oh, not allowed to sprint. Hey dude, could you like turn around? Or am I supposed to smoke bomb past him? Oop. It's got Metal Gear guard vision. I mean, this is the quickest way. Ah, yeah, it's blocked. Whoa. Eh. Just take the back road. Darn. This particular track sounds very Dragon Quest XI-y. Heck. What did I just do? I was just trying to open my map. Oh, I can't go up that way? Fuck. Oh, because it auto-locks onto them when they target you. Now a tortoise. What have we got to lose?
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Korjin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
For foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir.
Even though... Oh, no, that makes sense.
With me, they cannot have gone far.
I was gonna say, because even though he's coming from the other way. But yeah, they could have just run past him in the same direction.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think. You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
We're still bringing the catfish. I love that.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisei Gumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisegumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern, and saw an opportunity.
An opportunity?
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
And you mine.
Oh, that worked out. Met a turtle man and got a boat. Where'd the fish go? Still annoyed he tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. Even so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugane in the middle of the night with half the city guards snapping at our heels. And these probably won't be as good as The ones I got from the dungeon. Nope. Kyoto should be coming around soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? Is there like a Dark Souls Extra Life style just list of every armor set in the game? Because I might have to take a look at that. See if there's any fun fashions kicking around that I might have just like skipped because I'm not looking at all the story armors or dungeon armors. Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No, 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 more boots! All my secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gozetsu, every last detail. If I find out later that you lied to me... No, no, no more lies. The clear, unvarnished truth. You have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, yes, only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the Garleans. You mean you led him into a trap as you did us because you were an Imperial spy? No, no, I am no spy. It was just business. Fewer ships pass through Kugane these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet. So when the Garleans offered a bounty for any domans found in Kugane... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need half a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Such a cruel, vicious tongue you have. He would not go quietly. No, no. Blades were drawn. Men were cut down, and the Seki Segumi came. They took the samurai away. This is turning into a Yakuza quest, and I love it. Hold on a moment. You mean to tell me the Ijin they arrested the other day was Kosetsu? Oh, had I but known. If he is in the try it again. If he is in the custody of the Seki Segumi, I need only see to it that the requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands, and your friend will walk free. Lets you look at just about any lamb. Ooh. As it is in Ul'dah, so it is in Kugane, but given our circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. We'll make a pragmatist of you yet, Master Alphinaud. I've never laid eyes upon the sacred treasures of Eorzea. I didn't think to include bribes when I was calculating our budget for this trip. You are free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official, but if you would rather wait for Gozetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. Wouldn't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lise, Danica, and I had joined you. Alright, but what about Gyoto? I'll keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Kozetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Sorobon, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. As you wish. Everything is in order, then let us be off. The Seki Segumi barracks are to the north. Oh, I meant to talk to the others, but... I have some more questions of my own. Let's ask that you wait here. You may be assured that this will not take long. Is it really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? Well, it's been 5 minutes. Time to burn the whole place down. Or 5 seconds, rather. You said it wouldn't take long, right? Because this feels a bit long to me. Calm down, Mies. Everything is going to be alright. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it, right, Danica? Right, everything's fine. Probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something bad to happen. Where'd the guards go? They're not important enough for this scene.
How about you?
Was that? That was Gazetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble. Lise, wait!
I suppose we should follow her then.
Victory to the samurai!
Oh, is this how he gets out?
How many is that now? 10 in a row?
Or are they just sparring?
Gazetsu!
Oh, this is a surprise. What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisugumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
This sounds like something Danica would get into. Huh, cats. Oh shit, kittens! I didn't notice them at first. They're so tiny. They look like little rats. Mama cat.
Ten bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Ah, and we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
Thankfully, I managed to get mine fixed before any kittens happened. So we don't have to deal with that. Eh? Sleepy? I wish I had seen that fight. I must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of me. Been waiting to rehome the man cat anyway, because he's too hyperactive. Oh. There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. You were after a ship to take to Doma, yes? It just so happens we have found a willing captain. Truly, what fortune! We will tell you all about it back at the company offices. Alphino and Tadaru are waiting for us there. This frickin' Yakuza side quest music. Kasetsu, thank the 12 you are unharmed. As you can see, Master Alphino, I am the very picture of health. You, vile fiend, malevolent trickster, how kind of the kami are to grant me vengeance so soon. But first, I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You have every right to be angry, good sir. Gladly would I return to you your coin had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where is Lady Yugiri? Was she not traveling with you? For a time, aye, but we parted ways some while ago, the better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien. Lord Hien? Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hien is the heir to Doma's throne and our master. He was a passionate voice for the cause of Doman liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. So you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Xenos led his army onto your lands. The Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him and the might of the 12th we had no chance. Hey, same here! Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with us, with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war. And then one day, in a fierce battle, we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new Viceroy, Yatsuyu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There is naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien. Thank you, I believe that makes matters a good deal clearer. It should please you to learn that we are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow their imperial oppressors. And allow me to join you. My inquiries here bore no fruit, hence my desire to return to Althard. Once there, I can lead you to our headquarters in Yansya, where we shall all be reunited with Yugiri. Mayhap not all. Alphino's talents would seem better applied here in Kugane, working closely with Tadaru and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There is a Garlean embassy just down the road, after all. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I should be glad to accompany you all. As a soldier in the field, so to speak, come now, brother, a competent commander assigns his soldiers the tasks best suited to them, as you of all people should know. And you are so very good at espionage and intrigue. For we all must serve each in our own way. Very well, it would seem my place is here. He really wants to come with. Sorbonne is waiting at the pier. Have fun, you lot. Waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? After you, my shelled friend. If you insist, with me, everyone, the Ruby Sea awaits. Up. Oh, we didn't make it very far.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun.
Is that a Jenga tower? That's Oni
A
Island.
shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
Just goes and goes and goes, huh? How wide and beautiful she is, the Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventure and treasures, many wonderful treasures. Everyone's second favorite deep dungeon, heaven on high. Huh. Destination unknown. In order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel and your life should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by playing the Ruby Tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the Pirate Lords. So, let us go and greet them. Our destination is the isle to the west. It doesn't look very far to me. Danica, why don't we jump in and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats. An excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. I will use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the isle. Oh, hey! We have matching outfits. It is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, I can see everything, but on the other hand, I can see everything. Everyone has this outfit. The Purple Beard Brothers. Or is that a... Okay, no. I see. They have actual beards underneath the weird helmet sash thing. Once again, two aetherites right next to each other. Why aren't they spaced out a little more? Ikaruga? We can finally swim. Right, this should be easy and a good way to loosen up before the next fight, whenever it comes. 20 Gil says I beat you there. I mean, probably, considering you can teleport straight there. Ooh, we actually have wet graphics. Cool. We'll call it a draw. What do you mean, bombfish? Ah, there you are. I trust that you enjoyed yourselves. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. Oh, west. Forgot my compass directions. I thought you said west. Gyarados? There it is. I fear you have the advantage of me. Most honorable and esteemed Danica Bush, I am Tansui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you are in the company of the Shellback, I presume we have business to discuss. The materia is cool, but man, I miss when we got money from these quests. You wish to pay the ruby tithe, yes? With your guild, perhaps? It is just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage to Authord. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely unless you tripled it. Do you take me for a fool? I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning? Sir, you gotta come quickly. The bastards are at it again. I tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it. Very well, he'll be there shortly. A proposition. Your comrades strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban, so I shall consider their tithe paid, not for what they have done, but for what I expect they will do. I'm not sure what to make of that, man, but at least the matter of our tithe is settled for now. What was that he and the other pirate were talking about? Maybe we ought to go have a look. And then there's old Charlene, which just doesn't have a aetheryte period and is a little annoying to traverse. Welk! That's its name. You. I was trying to think of what that damn boss was called. Little Gyarados. Can you disengage, please? Thank you. A fate. The F-bomb. Whoa. Flying shark. Oh, whoops. I gotta remember my samurai buttons. Well, there's a lot of you, huh? Oh no, there wasn't much time left on that. What about this one? 10 minutes. Hell's lid. Is that a lava crab? Man, I can do a lot more damage now that my blood meter fills up so freaking quick. I can just constantly use this skill. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll put this one over here. So that way they're on the same button. Just one's an AoE.
Gentlemen, I'm told you were most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pilot. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Glaceon Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent. And the acting Viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat. And the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory, or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put to sea at once!
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
I wonder if this is the lady that I keep thinking of every time I think of the Imperial Lady I've seen a lot of art of, but otherwise know nothing about. What are we waiting for? Come, come, Soroban cannot have gone far. Though now that I think on it, it is passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kojin brethren. I doubt he thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment. Ooh, someone's fighting that one, hold on. Oh, never mind. It's just the NPC. Can't aggro this thing, huh? Oh, I forgot I want to get my DOT first. What does this skill do again? Oh, right. Duh. What's my range hit? Legendary Demonamo. We're getting there. Whoa. The hell are you? A rank, but our watch is still only B rank. Oh, my friends, 1,000 pardons. You may have guessed I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brothers. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. You understand, Kame be praised, too often are shellless quick to judge all Kojin for the deeds of one. Right then, now that our business with Tonsui is concluded, we can traverse the Ruby Sea without fear. Booties of healing. I shall return to the ship and prepare for our departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirates here, I pray you do so now. Ah, that reminds me, Danica, would you be so kind as to inform the Confederates of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less like we are to be mistaken for another vessel by their comrades. There's a little bird on the deck. I have 6 Hovernyans and 4 Demonas. I'm getting there. Add them together, that's exactly halfway. The devil's cough, that's what I've had in the past 2 weeks. Well, 3 weeks now. Oh, you're one of the Aegean from the beach, leaving us already? No need to pay the tithe, like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to pre-use our wares and find anything to your liking, we would be glad to sell it to you for a fair price. How? Oh, that's not good. I haven't seen a single other player in this region yet. Actually, that's another thing PSO2 has that I kind of miss. There was a button in your menu that was just nearby players. And it would just show every other player in the same area as you. And you could use that to track people down more easily or just browse people's fashion. I get that in towns it would be a little much in this, because there would be like hundreds of people to scroll through. But PSO also has this thing where you can register your fashion into like a book that anyone can view. You'll just be running around questing and all of a sudden you'll get a little message like, so-and-so liked your fashion. It's like, oh. Someone found my page in the book. Birds! They must be slain. 14 already has issues with virtual stalkers. That's messed up. Taking some damage. What are we in combat with? I would like to heal. Forlorn maiden. Oh my god, how many of these things are aggroed on me? Yeah. Why are you using AoE skills? You fool. If I ever do decide to play Dancer, I'll have a pretty cool weapon skin for it. Oh, do I have to go all the way back there? Fuck. But yeah, otherwise the Hovernyan Dark Knight Greatsword is the only one I'm really interested in. It actually looks pretty cool. The Chobanyan axe is okay too, but I don't really have any plans of playing Marauder. And then the others just don't look great. Like, I got the katana, but it looks... The katana itself is fine. The sheath is disgusting. I just don't want to use it. Like, I could. I have it. Oh, hold on. Wah. Oh, right, I have to be in a town. I always forget about that. They just don't mesh with everything else. Like, they look too much like the game that they're from. I love the yokai themselves, you know? I like having Demona with me, it's adorable. Where you have, like, the boy. And how he waddles. Look at him go. I love it. But yeah, the weapons are not the best. I forgot I have Chloe. Oh, I know who this is now. He uses Vader mode when he is angry. Yeah, I did a short Yokai Watch 3 stream the other day, played it for the very first time. And USA Pion is, or Usa Pion, I always say it wrong. But he's the whisper for the second protagonist in that game. Haley. I still have no idea who these three are. Spice has 1 second left on its clock. The nighttime music here is pretty nice. I say as it fades away. Wait. This boat is intangible. You can swim right through it. You have spoken with the Confederates up above, then? Excellent. If you're ready to depart, we may do so at any time. All aboard! Let us be off. I shall deliver you to the fishing village of Isari. Wait, Tansui said that the Viceroy was holding court in one of the fishing villages, did he not? Should Isari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Very well, I know just the place. I love just Oni Island from Okami off in the distance. Here we are, sunny Isle Delfino. I am reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. And with this, I believe I have fulfilled the terms of our agreement. Aye, that you have. You have my deepest thanks, Sorbonne. Truly, we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant. Oh, you are much too kind, good sir. I know not where your path may lead, but I wish you the very best, and I hope that we shall meet again. So you finally arrived in Authard. All we need to do now is liberate Doma. Ah yes, that. Look, daunting though it is, we do have but one thing in our favor, the element of surprise. Unlike in Girabania, the Imperials don't know we're here. Admittedly, that may be our only advantage, considering how few of us there are. Well, I expect the Doma Liberation Front will even up the odds a bit. But before all that, we need to see... We need to see if this is the fishing village Tansu was talking about. It may well be. I smell ceruleum on the breeze.
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Over there, someone's coming.
It is she. Sworn enemy of Doma, of my master. The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans. Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
No, this is a different girl. Gross.
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very dull. What I wouldn't do for a drink.
Can you speak up? You're mixed very quietly.
Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Glaceon rule, remember?
There she is.
'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You're free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should. A resident of your village, one of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Kojin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane. But we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word. Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
Stop and think for a moment. If you go charging in now, every one of those villagers is as good as dead.
That feels like a small price to pay for taking her out right here. But I know that wouldn't make for much of a story.
We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Glaceons to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. To say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself as a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive. they will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lise, or the Wall. Let him go. Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
Oh. Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental. Something intrinsic. Something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Well now, this is a surprise.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
What's this? Oh, cool. I hate it as much as you, maybe even more. Every fiber of my being was crying out to intervene, but what's done is done. Gosetsu's gamble has gifted us the time we need to find a solution. He bade us seek aid at the distant tower, yes? For want of a better idea, I say we do just that, while taking care to avoid the Imperials. Nah, I'ma slice them. So anyway, let's just stroll right into the village. Hi. Cool sword. I want it. Guess I have to come back to that with flight. Ah, we're on the same map. Just the other side. Is there a thingy here? East. To the Jenga tower. What is that? I like my kill speed with Samurai now. They seem to have evaded their patrol so far. What is that tower anyway? I've never seen anything like it. According to my map, we are on Onokoro, and the tower is known as Heaven on High. Huh. A mysterious structure built long ago by persons unknown. Oh gods, listen to me, I'm starting to sound like Alphino. Next thing you know, I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware. Over there. Do you see it? Doesn't look like it's been dead long. Whoever did that... Yeah, no, I killed that thing just now. Weren't you watching? Whoever did this, they're a good shot. I can't see a single stray arrow. Well, someone's hungry. Wait, that wasn't either of you two, was it? Calm down. We had nothing to do with... Wait, what am I doing? They can't possibly understand us. Probably not, no. Time to run. Oh, is he a red mage? We save our strength for any that give chase. You too, Danica. I could probably take all four of them. Easy. Just imagine if they'd taken us by surprise. What a fine ending that would have been to our story. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume that the people at the tower know how to defend themselves. You'd have to, sharing an island with these things. Now all we need to do is convince them to help us. we keep going. Crick! Oh, there's a settlement here, and they've even got their own aetheryte. Wait a minute, I've seen that standard before. It was when we met with Tansui, which means this place belongs to... Oh. Eastern Bow. Let's see, we have found a Confederate settlement. Mayhap even their headquarters, judging by the size of the place. So Gosetsu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor. The self-same Confederacy that refuses to openly oppose the Empire. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. At the very least, they're likely to ask us for the tithe. Unlikely to ask us for the tithe. Here's where all the players are. I need another break. I'll be right back. Oh, whoops, I was running down my bird timer that whole time. What wind brings you hither, of all places? Were you not bound for Authard's shores? I see. I trust you've not forgotten our previous conversations on the subject. No? Then what do you want? A second opinion? Very well. Come with me. I will take you to the captain, Russia. Just like that? An audience with their leader? How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people, and this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Toll. I mean, they're pirates. Surely we can invite them out for a drink. What was that noise? Is there an aether current here? I hear it. Where are you? Aha. The one with the wind. How many does that make here? Oh. Wait. Here we are. 3. Okay. Southeast. Greetings, you must be Rasho, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Oh gods, I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand that we're all in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. Men who revere manners and tradition can be found the world over, but not here. Your candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. Gosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. Aye, I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to none, allied of none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Asari? The Garleans have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remain secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we have come here to achieve. You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Garleans declare war on the Confederacy? Hate is a luxury we can't afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality. If you would excuse us. Hey Tanika, I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Kosetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're of the same mind. It's little wonder they refused. We have done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we will know how to earn their trust. Taking an interest in the ship? Good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time she was a beauty. Confederacy favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger ones, like this Sekibune, only take part in major engagements. Not that we've had any of those recently, what with those Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? This song keeps abruptly cutting out. It's really weird. Crates and barrels have been stored here. On closer inspection, however, most are empty. Oh. Hang on. You know what I completely forgot about? Whoa. Choco champion. Arms and armor have been piled up haphazardly, but display no signs of recent use or maintenance. Had a good look around, and we just need to wait for Lise. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. It's just as Tansui said, they have no intention of standing up to Yatsuyu. I don't know if you two got a different impression. Under the right circumstances, they might help us. It's obvious that they're struggling to survive and that they blame the Imperials for the recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it is inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that we're not all talk, and that we can be valuable allies in the fight. What better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance? It won't be the first time we've had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that, and you know it won't be the last. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro, you two take the east. Good luck. Boy quests. Kami, take me. What kind of pirate cannot suffer the sway of the ocean? A new recruit from far-flung shores. Listen well, I have a task for you. Go first to Aokumo below and receive of him medicine for men of the earth. Then to Quickscape Pier and the hapless Doman bemoaning his wretched fate. Quickly. Come at the behest of Afumi for medicine. My very best is yours for the taking. How pitiful the lot of this Doman, unable to stomach the sea. A true Confederate could raid a dozen ships while in his cups. Mayhap this one should return once he came. Wait. Oh. Way over there, okay. Crunch. Uh-oh. I haven't been making use of the home point thing either, because I like being able to just instantly warp back to Idleshear at a moment's notice. Why does it shift and shudder still? Landlubber's best meat. Medicines, give them here. They may look down on me for resorting to such measures, but I would do aught to render the world stable and motionless once more. You are kind, as is Afumi. You may tell her that I will return to my duties as soon as I am able. Guhuo Niao. Hey there, you. Have you seen a bumbling clod of an aura? A new recruit I ordered to patrol the northern edge of Onokoro. He is late in returning. A strange boy he was, quiet and brooding, reluctant to speak unless spoken to first. Better that than a fool who never holds his tongue, perhaps. Much as I would enjoy dragging him back by the ear, I cannot. Duty compels me to remain. You, on the other hand, have no such obligations. You strike me as a strong and capable individual. I have a job for you, Westerner, if you were courageous as well. On the beach far to the west lies the carcass of a gyuki, feathered with arrows. I would have you go retrieve those, which may still be of use. While you are about it, I should be glad if you were to butcher its tail for meat. Very good meat in gyuki tails, you know. I did say you would need be a courageous sort, and I meant it. The beast was young. Do not be surprised if an angry mother mourns its child. My outfit clipping wildly through this horse. Fate! Slugs? Gonna assume I can't solo that. Shiranui. For this thing? What is that way out there? Purple stars. Who are you? You do not look like a woman of the Confederacy. Forgive me, 'twas but yesterday we bid farewell to one of our own, and I worried she might have lost her way. We laid her to rest in a boat and pushed her out to the current claimed it, for the sea is our home, now and ever after. But those sent thither with burdened hearts may drift back to shore, it is said. Out of concern for her comrades, she strove to earn far more than her keep. She hunted rare and deadly game in treacherous waters and lost her life for it. But my vigil is ended. Her vessel has not returned to Onokoro. She has made peace with this life and placed her faith in us to live on. And now it's thunderstorming. All the purple stars are gone. Hang on, I'm right next to a section of map. Oop, not that way. Well, hang on. You've been away for some time, perhaps in search of a young Yuki corpse. This meat looks as good as it smells, which is to say not at all. I see I did not misjudge you. Thank you for your help. Would that I could have tended to my own kill, but such is life. A pity the meat is not as delicious as it is nutritious. Under normal circumstances, we would not bother hunting Yuki as game, but as you may have heard, these are not normal circumstances. Arrows too must be reused when possible. A prudent measure became necessary, alas. With every passing day our future grows more uncertain. But this day we shall have full bellies, and in that we must take solace. And wayward travelers need not risk the ire of vengeful Yuki by wandering near my neglected kill. A strange sigh passes your lips. Have I said something odd? No matter. Thank you again for your aid. So what of my recruit? Did you find him napping on the beach or some such? What? All this time he was standing watch for the funerary vessel? Huh. So rarely does he give voice to his thoughts. I had no idea our comrade's death had affected him so. Too quick was I to judge him. It is good that you went in my stead, else I might have misspoken and made a fool of myself. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. I'll have to go grab that quest after this. Oh, I think I can do the next monk quest as well. I kinda just forgot about that. The Doman was raised in the mountains of his homeland. The first time he saw the sea was after he fled his homeland and came to us. He tosses and turns in his sleep, and when he takes to the water, it is not long before he can no longer stand. But he will grow accustomed to this life. He is hardly the first, after all. The captain, too, was once of Doma, though he cast all aside 25 years ago, when the Imperials took his lands and the lives of his parents and brothers. Perhaps you, too, will renounce your ties and join us someday. I mistook you for a recruit before, but I know your tale now. Tansui unfolded all. Think on my offer, Westerner. You may find small joys in the land, but the sea holds salvation. Okay, Team Aqua. I need to remember later to go kill that weekly mark so I can get 20 more tickets. Why didn't I just teleport? I always forget about the Adventurers Guild teleport. Hi, Spice. How you doing? Hey, boy. Hey, boy. You being cute? No, get off my keyboard. Hey. Off the keyboard. Thank you. Ah, Danica, I have a letter for you that arrived at the inn. It's from Makoto, the Hingan samurai, who came all the way here seeking Musasai. Yeah. Damn, someone's drifting in Ul'dah. This is, yep. Oh, there she is. Just looking out the window. Sakazuki, where is that? Ha. I'll have to come back to that one later, I guess. Oh wow. I expected the dungeon gear to last a little longer, but... I think I prefer it still, actually. Because I've noticed casting speed doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. You've been busy, haven't you? Now you're here to ask if I need help with anything? Now that you mention it. Lately we've had trouble with ravenous sharks that have been leaping out of the water and making off with our fish. Damnedest thing I know, but you wouldn't doubt it if you saw it. I'm gonna call the thieving bastards regularly, so it happens I sent 3 of my mates out there before you came along. Still, the more the merrier. If you can kill 2 or so, that ought to be enough. Take a few of those rotting fish as bait. I'll not be needing them. Oh, and maybe see if you can find the other group. They've been away longer than I like. Sun-ripened chum. I keep seeing these water sprites and thinking they're the little glowy quest interact points. Oh, hey. Come here, you. Oh, Kami be praised. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. My partners and I got separated when we fled. You haven't seen them, have you? Damn, before the Kojin started chasing us, their leader asked if we were Doman. And their Yatsuyu's catchers, I know it. First Asari and now this. I gotta tell Rasho and the others. There you are, Danica. I heard you went shark hunting. We too did our fair share of beast culling, though I think Elise made a stronger impression when he bested a drunken pirate in a sparring match. Fastest knockout to date, I am told. I should like to think we have proven ourselves to be rather... why do I get the feeling you have something important to tell me? Kojin mercenaries rounding up Doman Confederates. Surely Yotsuyu has crossed the line now. We must go and speak with Rasho immediately. Even he cannot deny that this changes everything. At least I should like to think that he cannot. These two are still here.
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds we owe you many thanks. But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient. The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes, and those same words upon your lips, I'll wager.
I speak only the truth. The Confederacy will not be spared Yotsuyu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire. I say to you that day is today, and come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
How convenient that recent events should lend such credence to your claims. Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
They had no part in it, Tansui. You know this. We all know this. They came and took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction. So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh. If this be our choice, I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path. Until the day our enemy is grown weaker and we stronger, there can be no retribution. We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
So that's it then. You're just going to abandon them to her. They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
I have one last idea, if you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is. The question being, do you trust me?
Ask me again later. Do you even need to ask?
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else. I'll do whatever it takes.
Then let us roll the dice. If it's a sign you want, we shall give you one. One rousing enough to make you drive every Garlean out of Isari without a second thought. You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Dome, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole. You will doubtless require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
What, the three of you, just like that?
Actually, my esteemed colleague here will attend to it on her own. But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome. If we succeed, you help us liberate Isari. If we fail, you lose nothing. A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
The little miss does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
Words are air. We will weigh you by your deeds.
Under the sea. So alone you will deal with the Kojin. If you were set upon this course, I shall give you a word of advice. Two factions have the Kojin. The mercenaries who serve the Empire belong to the Red. Those who belong to the Blue are the traitors. They have made no pact with the Imperials, and so may be willing to aid your cause. Seek the Blue on the Isle of Becco. There you will find a cave. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Captain. We shall endeavor not to keep you waiting over long for your sign. Hey! No cords. Right then, let us head for... Wait, where's Lise? We cannot leave without her. Onigiri Dango. It's Cat Dante. Oh, that was short-lived. Redhead. Why can I only jump off specifically right there? Your clothes, your manner, you must be a woman of Eorzea. Yep. Danica, what is it? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wander off. I just wanted to have a think. You're worried we won't be able to live up to our promises. No, that's not it at all. If anything, I'm frustrated I didn't think of it first. Ida and my father had a way with words. They knew how to inspire people, how to bring them together. I always hoped I might have something of that in me too, but I'm starting to think I don't. What am I even doing here? Elise, you... Gods, listen to me. I don't know where that came from. Forget I said anything. We have places to go, Imperials to fight, and friends to save, and we're not going to get any of it done by standing around here moaning, right? Was that a spice nail? He actually has been meowing a lot more lately, but like never on stream. I don't think we've ever heard him on stream once. He mainly meows when I get home after being gone for a while, or when I come out of the shower, or when I have the air conditioner running. That upsets them, I think. Might just be how loud it is. And that makes him meow. Before we first traveled to Girabanya, I was in Limsa Laminza visiting a friend, a young child who had been through a great deal. That's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, on the way back, I passed a patisserie which sold some of the most exquisite-looking tarts I had ever seen. I've always preferred cookies, to be honest, but nevertheless, I decided to stop and try one. I'll treat you to one when this is all over, Danica too, and I won't take no for an answer. Ah, free pastries. Let's go. What about Y'shtola? We'd never hear the end of it. Alright, Y'shtola too, once she's better. Deal? Good. Now let's hurry, shall we? We have a million things to do before then. Ooh, Lythero's streaming. What's he playing? I got Balatro for my birthday, so I'm playing it to make Gary something. That should be a fun time. Hi. A little nose on my ankle. Man, I'm so glad I got these cats. They can be little shitheads sometimes, but they're also fun company. Oh. It's a little desert pea. Oh, that's not a mask, that's just his face. Dragon Man. I really like this song. Okay, I guess I just have to swim on over there. Huh, I guess Dane's just busy this week. Haven't really heard from him much at all. Another thing I really like about this town is it has a very simple and easy to remember layout. Unlike most. Also, I'm starting to get used to these naming schemes. I figured this would be a Lala just based on the name Kikimo. Oh, damn. I'm not used to this side of the map. Every time it comes up, it's like, whoa. Right. We're a little ways from home. In terms of like hours played, this will probably be my longest playthrough on YouTube. In terms of the amount of videos, however, I will direct you over to my Skies of Arcadia playlist. Which, those videos were anywhere from like 15 minutes to an hour each, depending on what we were doing in each one, but there were, I want to say 100 of them, or a little over, like 101 or 2. That was a long playthrough. Probably should do this quest, but let me at least take it. I can do it later. Is there a skipper here, or do I actually have to swim down there? I don't see anyone to interact with. Well, it's not often you see a player actually, like, walking. Usually everyone's going full tilt all the time, forever. I guess we're swimming, alright. Here we go. Assuming we can. Yeah, alright. Hey, how's it going? What you doing? What is that island way over there? Wait. Oh, is this the underwater place? That we saw in the intro? I hope I can climb this. Okay. Because I was kind of banking on that, but it looks pretty steep once we got close. Oh, this sounds so much like Okami music. I love it. That's a game I haven't streamed. We'll get there one day. That's a commitment. That game is fucking long. Oh, there's more of those islands. They're everywhere. Ooh, that is super close. And there it is. Splat. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay. The crap is on them. How many does that make? 3 more quests, 1 more in the field. And the one in the field is way over on that side of the map. Probably over here somewhere. I think this is the Isle of Becca, though to be honest, it looks the same to me as however many other islands around here. Rasho said there was a cave that will lead us to their village. We should search further inland. Forevermore sounds like a yokai name. Oh, is the underwater place Turtle Town? I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Is that light I see up ahead?
Oh no, the end of the tunnel. Don't go! Whoa.
We appear to be standing inside a giant bubble. By the 12. I think we're on the seabed.
I just swam over this place.
Well, well, I thought I heard familiar voices.
Soroban, what are you doing here?
I live here.
What a curious question. I live here.
Then this is the home of the Blue Kojin.
Just so. I bid you welcome to Tamamizu.
Turtle Town. How fortunate that we should find a familiar face in this place. We should tell Sorabon about our situation. If anyone here can help us, it's him. Cool, cool. Tell me, my friends, what strange tides bear you to our home? It is indeed a most dire predicament, but perhaps an opportunity for us to craft yet another profitable arrangement. Very well, I shall introduce you to our leader, Bunchin. It'll be up to you, however, to present your case. That's a cool aetherite. This is one of the only tribal villages to have their own aetherite. The only other one I can think of being Moghome. And that's a little outside the village, not directly in it.
Welcome, guests. Gratitude to you for aiding Sorobon in his negotiations.
He has a samurai helmet. Oh yeah, Vanu, they have one too, that's right.
We thank you for your hospitality, honored elder. Pray forgive me my brevity, but I wish to discuss an urgent matter.
I still haven't done the quest to unlock their tribal stuff. Or the bugs, haven't done them either.
So, you seek to compel our Red Brothers to forego hostilities for a time.
Japanese samurai mutant turtles.
That's right. We know your two clans have your differences, but what with you being brothers and all, we thought you might be able to share some secret knowledge or something?
From far above, you have journeyed here in search of our wisdom. You shall have it. All creation is a tapestry, through which the divine is interwoven. Kami are legion, and they can be found in the great and the small. Though they come and go as they please, they favor certain vessels. The ancient, the precious, the exquisite. We Kojin covet these vessels, these treasures. We go forth and bring them home to keep them safe and bask in their divinity. They bring prosperity and joy to us and our children. Yet, how are we to seek these treasures above if we made enemies of the Gallian Empire, powerful and far-reaching as they are? Wiser to join with them. So resolved the Red Kojin.
Cautiously and carefully, for the Gallians are blind to the divine, nor will they suffer their subjects to see. So the Red masquerade as mercenaries who seek money and power, and never speak of their faith in the presence of their masters. To honor the divine, they deny it. A twisted and misguided path.
Aye, aye. Kami will not abide such foolishness. This they shall learn to their sorrow. While our red brothers live by the sword, we blue Kojin uphold the old ways, engaging in trade and valuing peace. Alas, men distinguish not between our clans, and judgment for the doings of the red falls unjustly upon the blue. Thus do men grow more and more reluctant to deal with us, denying us our treasures. This cannot continue.
This cannot continue.
On that point, we are in agreement. You are willing to aid our cause, then?
There is a way that the red may be driven to retreat into their shells. But to share with you this knowledge is to reveal secrets of the divine. Assurances must first be had, trust forged, a bargain struck.
Well said, Elder. In great crises is great profit to be had.
Delight not overmuch in such things, Soruban. Now, tell our guests what must be done.
As you wish.
Capitalist turtles.
Well, I've no idea what we've gotten ourselves into, but so far so good, right?
Listen well, my friends. We require your assistance with the search for a priceless treasure, the Yasakane no Magatama. This jewel, this most sacred of Kojin relics, was in the possession of Hingashi until they decided to present it to the Garleans in a gesture of conciliation. The Red would not abide this, and so they plotted to seize the vessel bearing it to their imperial masters. Alas, though they succeeded, in the ensuing chaos the Magatama was lost to the sea. We wish to recover the sacred jewel before our brothers. However, were we to come into conflict with them, it would be problematic. Therefore, we turn to you. You want us to search the ocean floor for this treasure of yours? I'm not sure how we're supposed to do that without, drowning? Fear not. There is a ritual I can perform to imbue your bodies with a powerful blessing. But first, you must prepare offerings for the sea. I require twisted ruby coral, several fist-sized sea snail shells, and a freshly harvested Unkyu carapace. That's quite the shopping list. I will see to the shells, and Lise can look for the coral. Danica, would you go find an Unkyu and relieve it of its carapace? Oh man, you know what I'm looking forward to? The FF4 content. Whichever expansion that's in. I want to go to the moon, damn it. Hi there, big guy. Mostly Endwalker. Oh man, isn't that like the current last one? I gotta wait a while then. You don't want to go back there. Because FF4 is my favorite FF, and yeah, I want to do the FF content. No. Does she not have a mount? Or is she just choosing not to use one? She's just been running everywhere. Where is her bird? Ooh. Big old carbuncle. Oh, he's gone. Oh my god, this is such a long walk in and out of here every single time. Sorry, buddy, gotta cut you up. That'll make the rules. Oh, one wasn't enough. I'm just gonna warp back there. Well, have you the Unkyu Carapace? Perhaps one day we will live in a world in which poor Unikyu need not be slaughtered for Kojin rituals, but today is not that day. How splendid they are! The Kami shall be most pleased, I am sure. The turtle gods. I got it! I got the ruby coral you wanted. And I the sea snail shells. They're about the size of my fist, though I realize now you may have meant yours. These shall more than suffice for our purpose. Next, we must make ready to present them to the sea and perform the ritual. Once it has been completed, you'll be able to move freely through the depths and find the Yasakani no Magatama. Out of curiosity, how large is this sacred jewel of yours? Unless it's far too large to be carried by the three of us, how are we supposed to even find it? The Ruby Sea is not exactly small. Surely you realize we have been searching this whole time. The area we wish you to explore is but a small fraction of the Ruby Sea. Already we have scoured most of the seabed near and within our territory, to no avail. All that remains is a region to the west. The shellless of Sui no Sato can provide you with better guidance than we. You would do well to visit them first. Shellless? You mean the Kojin aren't the only ones living under the sea? Of course not. The Rain have been here as long as I can remember. Shiosai, the Overseer, I believe, can tell you more when you arrive. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We have yet to carry out the ritual. That is very green. Oh, I got a little cape too. Yeah, it doesn't fit the rest of the outfit at all. I would need the other pieces of it. I like this. I think every single piece of my set here is different. I have the most mismatched healer set right now. Are you ready, my friends, to explore a world unlike you have ever known? Let us go to the western part of the village where the water twists and turns, and there complete our preparations for the ritual. And then 30,000 quests open up. Euthanized Link. He dove into the water a moment ago and said to wait here until he returned.
It is done. Your offerings have been given to the sea. The ritual can begin at last. Come and stand before me, my friends. Yes, yes. Listen to my words, and let all else wash away. Listen to my words, and feel them flow into your heart. At first a trickle, then a flood. O Kami of the fathomless waters of the fallen, the ascended, the flowing, and the becalmed, caretakers of the shallows and of the depths. Receive of us our meager offerings, cleanse these ones of earth and stone, and grant them your blessing, that they might drink deep of the divine. The ritual is complete, my friends. You may now breathe in the depths as you would upon land.
Strange. I don't feel any different. Are you sure it worked?
Reasonably. The blessing does have its limits, of course. While it will allow you to dwell in the depths, it will not help you traverse them.
I can swim well enough. How about you, Alize?
Oh, like a fish, in contrast to my doggy-paddling brother. Somehow, the boy just isn't very buoyant.
Skilled or no, your bodies are ill-suited to the sea. Your cause demands alacrity, and you shall have it. But first, let us take to the water.
Incredible. I could swear I was breathing air.
Now I shall summon for you noble steeds of great strength.
And exactly 3 of them come.
Wow, look at them. I bet they could take us all the way to the deepest depths of the sea.
And then our ears would explode.
And so they may. After we've won over the Confederacy, rescued Kosetsu, and liberated your respective homelands.
Should you become parted from your steeds, Return to me, and I shall call them again. Take care, my friends, and may the Kami speed you on your way.
We'll find that treasure in no time. Come on!
I think I'm wearing a little much to be down here. Diving unlocked. Oh shit, you can just do this wherever? Okay. Cool. Also terrifying. This must be Sui no Sato, the Rain village Soroban told us about. Write down, see if they can't help us find the Kojin's missing jewel. Are these any good? Not yet. If this is Sui no Sato, then Shiosai, the Overseer, should be around here somewhere. I dare say one of the locals will be able to point us in his direction. Although now that I look around, I get the distinct impression we are not welcome here. Cutie. That's an otter. Chirp, chirp. So this is our man. Leave this place and never return. We have no need of wide-eyed wanderers. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. My name is Lise, and these are my friends, Danica and Alise. We're looking for the Overseer of Sui no Sato, Shiosai. That's you, isn't it? The Kojin of the Blue sent you hither, did they? I am no Overseer, nor would I claim to be one. I am High Priest of Shisui of the Violet Tides, Shiosai. So you are the man we were looking for. Great. We need your help. We're looking for this jewel called the Yasakani no... Stop it, we'll hear no more. You will suffer no outside troubles in our sanctuary, especially those of would-be treasure hunters. Chirp, chirp. Quiet, Isobe, or there will be no dango for dinner. I can do naught to aid you. I say to you again, leave this place and never return. At the very least, sir, you might condescend to tell us of your village, and of why you were so loath to show us even the most basic courtesy. Suino Sato is our sanctuary, underneath the benevolent leadership of the Ruby Princess, sovereign of Shisui. We reign and enjoy humble yet fulfilling lives, but it was not always so. Long ago, our forebears were driven from their ancestral lands. Beneath the waters, they sought refuge from the ravages of war, and here they flourished. All that we are, our culture, our traditions, was born of the sea, as was I. Though we have engaged others in diplomacy, it has ever been with the utmost caution. Isolation and independence are essential to preserving our way of life. So it was when Doma fell 25 years past. The Ruby Princess, in her wisdom, decreed that we would take no part. As it was, so ever shall it be. Forever and ever apart. Forgive me, I understand how highly you value your way of life, and how you will suffer none to endanger it. You may be assured that we have no desire to do so, and I would hope that we have given you no cause to assume otherwise. You have not, but this changes nothing. Regardless of your intentions, it is not my place to break with tradition. I must consider the wishes of all who call Suino Sato home. For me to defy their will and permit outsiders to remain would be a gross betrayal of my responsibilities. Please do not ask this of me. Thank you for your time, sir. Meow. Meow. And so it continues, another village, another deaf ear. Clearly Girabania is not the only place with walls. I'm starting to wonder if this was all a huge mistake. Kozetsu couldn't have known we would take this long. I only hope he's still alive. Meanwhile, in the Tavern of Izari...
I tire of this filthy tavern, and its still filthier clientele.
Tis scant reward for your treachery, aye. A painted woman of your rich experience deserves a better class of customer.
Oh, name-calling. Is that what we've been reduced to?
Orphan of the Nayuri. Widow of Sashihai. What joy it must have brought you to be revenged upon us all.
Not enough. Not nearly enough.
They chose that camera angle very carefully.
My appetite for your agony is as an abyss. Bottomless. Insatiable. Before you die, you will cry and beg and prostrate yourself upon the earth. You will crawl on your belly through the muck and the piss and debase yourself for my amusement. All of you. But you think you are made of sterner stuff? Rather than have him beat you, mayhap I should have my oaf go and fetch your master's head. Oh, poor Lord Cayenne. Kami rest his soul. Noble leader of a fallen nation. A fine puppet he made for the Viceroy. For a time. 25 years he was content to serve his masters as a dog. And then everyone had to rise up and get themselves killed. Tell me, how did it feel to fail him that day? To live with the disgrace of his death? Not that you were a stranger to living with disgrace, of course. In the what was it? 25 years since you were humiliated and tossed into an imperial jail? You had plenty of time to get used to it. Oh yes, I heard the stories. About the samurai who would do anything to return to his master's side, even if it meant pledging his blade to his sworn enemy. They say he walked with death. That he slew 1,000 men in the Empire's name. Truly a tale for the poets.
I do not deny my sins, but I will not be reproached by the likes of you.
Oh, I mean not to reproach you, but to praise you. You're a survivor, samurai. Just like me. So, let us not dwell on the past, you and I, and instead give thought to the future. To wit, I would ask you again to help me resolve this vexing matter of Doma's missing heir. Living or dead, it makes no difference, really. But the Garleans are most insistent that we put this problem behind us. And I know you helped him flee. So tell me, what became of Lord Hien?
To my dismay, the details escape me at present. Mayhap your dog could jog my memory.
Get on with it, and mark me, brute. There is no limit to how far you can fall.
Of all the bloody stupid... Oh! When I get back to Eorzea, I'm gonna find that little shite, and I'm gonna make her pay. Yeah.
Can't wait to see his face when we end up bumping into him here. And then probably killing him. We seem to have reached an impasse, and to make matters worse, every solution I can think of will only take more time. I don't suppose you have any ideas, do you, Danica? Ask the villagers? Right. You are the ones who came from above, yes? If we could have a moment of your time. Mine apologies, I did not mean to startle you. My name is Ihanami, and this is my wife, Yunagi. We were wondering, have you any news from Doma? If so, we should very much like to hear it. May I ask why? If you must, our daughter fought in the rebellion. We have heard not from her since. It would be too much to hope that you know of her, but her name is Yugiri. God damn it, see where she gets it. Kami be praised, she lives, she lives. We're looking for her too, actually, but I'm sure she's alright. We had no idea she hailed from Sui no Sato. How did she come to serve Doma as a shinobi? It all began when she was a little girl. She and another child crept out of the village, having grown curious about the outside world. To Doma they went, where they met a young boy, a proud son of Yanjia. His tales of imperial oppression left a lasting impression on her. When she returned, she spoke passionately of the Doman's plight and urged us to take the boy in, but my wife and I would not hear of it. We thought the matter closed, but she never forgot his words. She became convinced that the Garleans would one day come for us, and it was in search of the strength to defend us that she left, years later, to learn the ways of the shinobi. When the then Ruby Princess learned of this, she forbade Yugiri's return, lest she bring misfortune to us all. We protested the judgment, but there was naught we could do, and so our daughter, who wanted only to keep her people safe... Surely there is something we can do for these people, they who gave her aid and succor when no other would. I am but a humble stonemason, but if it is the Kani no Magatama you seek, I may be of some assistance to you. The jewel is known to possess an unusual property. To the naked eye, it is as jade, but when bathed in a particular light, it shimmers with a divine resplendence. I have mined similar materials before. To find them, one must use these lamps. They cast an invisible light under which the stones sparkle. In the deepest depths, they are invaluable. Lamp. The lamp is invisible, too. There is a sunken ship to the east. Nope. Though the currents may have spirited away her cargo, you should begin your search there. Nope. That's where giant eels hang out. You're on your own, girl. Sorry. Thank you so much. We will do just that. I hope you find that which you seek. I only wish there was something more we could do to assist you. Know that you will be in my prayers. And when next you see our daughter, pray tell her not a day goes by that her parents and her brothers do not think of her. Holy loud, Jesus. Child models with adult faces. Nine. Oh. Are you okay? You look like you've seen some shit. You know who I completely forgot about in the midst of all this other story stuff? The Ashians. We haven't seen them in a while, and I legitimately forgot they were a thing. Ow. Well, that's gonna be it for today. Next time, underwater adventures, I guess. Which, oh boy. They wouldn't put anything horrendous under the water, would they? Because, yeah, me and the sea don't get along. Oh, our music stopped. Subnautica time, no. We already put a Reaper Leviathan in a Pokeball once, I don't want to do it again. Man, I know he would never play it in full because it's just way too long and difficult, but I really want to know what Vinny's reactions to a lot of the stuff in Vinemon would be. Especially the end game, like everything in that fucking castle. They're still working on it. Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be even longer. Because I can just imagine him, just for Vinny to check out the best parts. Well, that's cool at least. Because I can just imagine him getting to that one seaside town and like going into the forest and seeing Chrono for the first time and getting his ass kicked. Because man, that wasn't an easy fight either. All of like the optional bosses in that game are so fucking hard. Looking at you, Dio. The game in general is just really hard. Oh yeah, the Void, that was also cool. And the whole, like, glitch area. And the space section where... How did you get there again? There was like that super long ladder or whatever that like led you to the cheese moon or whatever the fuck that was. It's a bit easier now after the rebalancing. I'm looking forward to the new stuff in that game. It'll be fun to revisit it. Gotta get back to my burb and my furret and my cat banana. Who else did I have on my team? I don't remember. I had that crazy dragon towards the end. The, like, electric dragon. Oh, I had the dolphin, Malware. I think that's what I called it. I don't remember the dolphin's actual name, but I called it Malware. Who was my sixth? I don't remember who my sixth was. I don't think it's Luigi. I think I replaced Luigi. Because Luigi kept fucking dying every time I tried to send him out, so I think I replaced him with the dragon. I also can't remember. I'm gonna have to go look, because... I had Burb and Furret for sure through the entire game. And then the other slots kind of shuffled around a bit, but... Oh, and Banana. Like, I settled on him fairly early. Even if he's not, like, that strong, I just love him. Just Cat Banana. I love him to bits. And he has that one, like, priority move that's just stupid strong with a grass gem. That's always how I would open fights with him. And then Malware, and then maybe it was just Luigi, because I didn't feel like raising something else. Banana fake out is wild. It's so strong. It does so much fucking damage. Lolly has a new move. Man, I benched Scoot so early just because he's not great. Physical water types have never been great. Defense Intimidate and speed-based damage. Yeah, Scoot's learn set, at least when I played, I don't know if it's gotten any better, but when I played, his learn set just kinda sucked. And all the best water moves are special, and he's a physical attacker, so... I don't even think he becomes fighting type, does he? Like, he's just water all the way through, right? He's just a worse Feraligatr. They expected most people to swap Scoot out for better mons. I mean, it makes sense. Vinny would probably try to stick with him forever and be very disappointed. Because there are definitely some starters that I don't super care for. But for the most part, like, I always have my starter all the way to the end, because... Especially in, like, the more modern games, like, fucking... What's her name? The grass cat, whose name is escaping me right now. I love them. They're so good. Flower Trick is a stupid move, and I love it. I think it's better if you give him the scooter. It's like Choice Band without the downside and only for Scoot. Huh, that's interesting. Just a 50% speed increase for free. But yeah, it's almost been a year since I played Vinemon. That was August, I think? We're almost there again. That and Crosscode. I was playing Vinemon and Crosscode at the same time. I was thinking about Crosscode the other day, I don't remember why. Something about the French made me think of Emily. Oh yeah, Vinny reacts to DKTV, a bizarre French Donkey Kong TV show, and then I went and found the picture. This is the only good thing the French have given us. It's just Emily. Nuzlocke and randomizer. I don't know if I would ever want to replay Vinemon from scratch again, just because, again, that game is huge. There is so much going on in that game. Although I guess I would get through it a bit quicker if I wasn't streaming it. But also, if I ever did play it, I would not, like, fill out the decks again. Like, that was a one-time thing. I would just find mons I like and level them and nothing else. You know who I kind of want to use? That frickin' house bug. His shiny that has just the straight up, like, shopping mart on his back. Kabugly. I remember thinking he was just the most adorable fucking thing. He's just a little bug with a house on his back. The actual EXP share is an option? Like the classic one or the more modern one? Where it affects your whole team? The modern one? Ah! Oh. Man, I would have loved that when I was playing. That would have been nice for Hootie. Like, post-Hootie, I got through the game just fine. There were a few hurdles, but for the most part... The gym leaders didn't really give me that much trouble. It was just all the optional bosses. That kicked my... And that one fucking kid, back at the very start of the game. Once you're, like, level 50-ish, you can go back to the start, and there's a bunch of, like, optional fights where it's like, oh yeah, now that you can surf, you can go over here and talk to these people, and they're just these insane optional fights. Yeah, the Bug Fables kid. He kicked my ass. I recognized it immediately, too, because I'm like, this is Bug Fables music. And also, that's V. That's another game I want to stream, is Bug Fables. Got a lot of games to get around to. But anyway, I need to go eat, so... I will see y'all later. Have a good rest of the night. And I'll see you when I see you. Stay fresh.